Good morning. James County Commissioner Court come to order. This is Tuesday, 13th day of July, 2021, 9:30 a.m. County Courtroom, Anahuac, Texas. Regular meeting agenda. If you'll all rise. Let you know that we lost a dear friend in Terms County, Noah Richardson Waterrail this week. Really one of the nicest guys that I've ever met. So remember him, his family. We had an employee that lost a husband too this past week. So Cammy Ford's husband.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today with open hearts and give you all the praise and glory and we want you to know, Father, that we believe in you, that you are our will. Father, I ask you to touch these families that are going through some difficult times. I ask you to give them peace and guidance, Father. I ask you to guide this county and its leadership that we may carry out your will. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Join us in the pledges.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, this is a historical baseball commissioner's court. Baseball, softball.
I love it.
So before we start, I know, well, I was in Alabama last week, Gulf Shores, and my grandson's World Series and select team, and we got beat by one run in extra innings for the championship by a team from Arkansas. Man, that was tough.
Sweet pig.
But Lauren, give us an update on yours. You're good.
So both of my boys, the 6U All-Star team and the 10U All-Star teams are both headed to state this weekend in Longview. And then they've both been invited to the World Series. The 6U is going to Texarkana and the 10U is going to Laurel, Mississippi, which is huge for Anahuac. The 12U boys are still in it. They had a rain delay yesterday, so I think they're playing the championship game around noon today. So if they make it, that'll be 3 teams going, which is great. So,
Great job.
And you said 12 you and I are playing today for.
yeah, they're playing the same thing. They're in the regional tournament championship. So if they've already lost one, so if they win, they will go to state as well.
Okay, but my grandkid's better than yours. Just kidding, Lauren. All right, so we're on baseball. We're gonna go direct. We don't have any citizens comments. I don't see any forms filled in anywhere. So we're gonna go directly down to 1.4. Coach, if you want to come up, discuss and consider resolution recognizing the Barboursville High School baseball team, Barboursville High School softball team, and coaches on their state championship win. Mark, you want to read the baseball, and then Tommy, you can read the softball. No, go ahead.
Okay, y'all. Here we go. Chambers County resolution. Whereas participation in sports teaches children how to work well with others, improve social skills, and expands focus. And whereas sports encourage, whereas sports encourage a healthy lifestyle and improve fine motor skills and motor planning skills. And whereas the Barboursville High School baseball program is dedicated to shaping young men who are healthy, productive members of their community. And whereas the Barboursville High School baseball team had a successful 2021 season, which led to the 2021 state championship. And whereas the team fought hard and pulled a win from their nail-biting final game against Hallsville to secure the 5A state championship title. And whereas this is the first state championship title earned by the Barboursville baseball program. And whereas the Barbers Hill baseball win was history making, as the school district is now the only district whose softball and baseball teams have consecutively held state titles. Now therefore be it resolved that the members, Commissioners Court of Chambers County, Texas hereby recognize the 2021 Barbers Hill High School baseball team and coaches and congratulate them on their state championship win, resolved this 13th day of July, 2021. Thank you, David.
Motion to tonight, just a minute. Go ahead and read the resolution, Tom, if you would,
Okay.
for the girls softball.
Whereas young people who play sports have higher self-esteem, stronger connections with their school, better peer relationships, and fewer behavioral problems. And whereas sports provide children with an outlet and ability to burn energy, character development opportunities, and teach them how to work within a team and positive role models to look up to in coaches and other adults. And whereas the Barbers Hill High School softball program has developed a wonderful team of bright and disciplined young women. And whereas the Barbers Hill High School softball team finished their season at 43-2, ranked the #1 softball team in the country. And whereas the team secured the Texas UIL 5A state championship title on Friday, June 4th, 2021. And whereas the state championship is the first team title for the Barbers Hill High School program since the girls basketball team in 1977. Now therefore it be resolved that the members Commissioners Court of Chambers County, Texas hereby recognize the 2021 Barbers Hill High School softball team and coaches, congratulate them on their state championship win.
For the record, that was 1997.
Okay.
Yeah, one too many sevens in there.
Oh.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ty, second by Commissioner Hammond to approve these resolutions, and all the Commissioners Court said yay.
Yay.
And with that, come up and let's present this resolution to you, and then we'll frame it and bring it again on Thursday.
Coach, Judge, I would also like to point out that yesterday, the shortstop for the Barbers Hill State Championship team was drafted in the 3rd round by the Texas Rangers. Number 73 overall, and on the softball team, Ms. Simpson, our #1 pitcher, was named the Gatorade Player of the Year. Two good honors.
Yeah, we can come down. Come on.
Don't make my girl about now, Mark. You guys are look here and then look to your right and then lastly look to your left. We'll get them all covered. Perfect, guys. Okay, here we go. We're gonna take a couple right here in the middle, please. Look this way. Okay.
Over here, please. All right, thank you.
Okay, you look over here. One more.
I'm telling you. They're looking at her.
Okay, everybody smiling. Yeah, looking good. Okay. Thank you.
Right. No, we're
I need to stay for the grandkids get here in the future.
Yeah. You won't get that stuff to Archie. No.
Hey, Judge,
There's one typo.
there's a typo in that one. Softball.
Yeah, that's an easy fix.
Hey, Laura.
1,000 years from now.
We'll be fishing.
Somebody knows something we don't.
That's right.
In the future. All right, that was fun. Okay, well, we got the love going. Let's go to the second page. You got 16.1, discuss, consider accepting the 2020 Distinguished Service Award of the Chambers County Historical Commission. Cheryl? 16.1. You want to sit right there in front of your- you can present to them.
We come forward.
Yeah, let me read the letter that I received from the Amy Hammonds, the Historical Commission Outreach Coordinator. Pleased to announce the Chambers County Historical Commission has earned a Distinguished Service Award for the 2020 year of service. While all CHC efforts are valued, ESA acknowledges above average CHC performance based on statewide analysis of annual report documentation. Our agency received 175 reports for 2020, approved 84 awards. Quite an accomplishment given that the current pandemic limited public programs for all CHCs. Commissioners and staff congratulate you and your CHC. It's well-deserved honor. Thank you for supporting appointees and their efforts to preserve county history. So, congratulations. Y'all come on up. Come on, Phil. And what, you want to say something, Cheryl?
No, I just want to say thank you very much for y'all's support and we really appreciate it.
Tommy's gonna get that award to us. Yeah, Tommy's too tall, Lori.
Yeah, I know it. He is quite tall.
Tommy, you're killing us all.
Yeah, really.
There you go.
Tommy, you're too big.
Tommy, we need a picture between Commissioner Gore and Tommy's.
Moved her right
We can
along.
just reach and Cheryl.
Wanna go stand outside?
Tommy, right there.
And then, ma'am, yeah, if you can just move there, so we have Commissioner Coates back there, and then I think on this end I've got it, so I'm gonna take a few pictures. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, you look over
Look this
there.
way. I'm good. Y'all just stay right where you're at. Thank you.
Okay, you want to shift over this way?
Mark, you want, for me, you want to scoot over? Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cheryl.
Congratulations.
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 Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
I got you, man.
I found my right tackle.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hammond. Second by Commissioner Tice to accept the award on behalf of the Historical Commission. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we have another guest. Let's go to financial 2.1, discuss and consider presentation of Chambers County 2020 Annual Comprehensive Report and Single Audit Report by Priscilla Brown and Hill, Certified Public Accountants. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jalen Fleetwood. I work under Mr. Woody McLean in the auditor's office. I'm here today to introduce Mr. John Manning. He's from our external auditing firm and from Priscilla Brown and Hill, and he will be
Thank
presenting the county's annual financial report concerning the county's
Are you picking her up?
position
You picking her up?
and activities.
You also make sure that
Thank you, Janet. Go ahead.
Commissioners and County Judge, thank you for letting me be here today. This is the second year that our firm has conducted the audit for Chambers County. If you remember last year, we started right when everything hit ground zero. We had to present last year's end of year by Zoom. So it's very good to be here in person. We're glad that things are getting back to normal. So thank you for having us. You actually have three different reports. I'm going to start with the actual annual comprehensive financial report, which is the biggest of the three. If you'll look to page 1, I know you'll have a big agenda. I'm just going to hit some of the highlights and you'll have questions afterwards. I'll be glad to entertain those. But if you look at page 1, this page 1 and 2.
I like the cover, by the way.
Right,
The Historical
that's
Commission
these
just got
guys.
their award.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, they were walking out and saw the cover. And were, hey, I really like that. But thank you. But this is why we were here. What our job is, the numbers and the disclosures are the responsibility of Chambers County. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on these numbers and disclosures as of December 31st, 2020. And what we're able to offer here is an unmodified opinion, which of the 4 types of opinions that we can offer as outside CPAs, the unmodified is the highest level of assurance that we can offer. It's called unmodified because we did not have to modify a report for things that the county was not doing, such as keeping track of capital assets, not keeping track of compensated absences, or just having things on the books that we weren't able to get sufficient audit evidence for. So although only 2 pages, extremely important document, bond rating people look at this, grantors look at this. So although we work predominantly with the auditor's office, an unmodified opinion is a county-wide effort. So we appreciate all the help that we've received there. Starting on page 3 is the management's discussion and analysis. I'm not going to go through this with a lot of detail, but for those of you that don't do what us or the auditor's office do, this was put in several years ago to kind of have a narrative of what happened during the year. So instead of just having to look at the numbers, this kind of goes through and kind of has graphs and some different things that you kind of show how the county generates revenue, where they spend their money, and that it also is the only place anymore that has comparative financial data. So again, about a 10 to 12 page document that the county auditor's office does a super job on. So if you don't have a lot of time to look at this in a whole bunch of detail, that is where I would draw my attention. Page 12 is actually the start of the financial statements, which is a statement of net position. You have 2 groups of 2 columns here. Your governmental activities is everything but the business type activities. So all of your special revenue funds, your general fund, your debt service fund. And the main thing that I want to go through here is if you look down at the bottom at that total net position, it's about 99.5 million. All categories there are positive, which is a very good sign of financial stability. It also shows that you're reserving funds that can only be spent on certain things. You're presenting those properly on the statement of net position. So all in all, a very good statement of net position there. I'm going to talk about the numbers in a little bit more detail, starting on page 15, as this is where people are more familiar. This is how you do your budgets. You have 6 funds that meet the criteria to be presented as major, and those are listed separately here. The good thing is here, the county ended up with about 58 or 50, almost $59 million of cash and investments. And the good thing with that, that's a large number, but we're able to receive third-party confirmation that all those balances are correct. So all we have to do is test the reconciliation. So we've, as an auditor, third-party evidence is the highest level of assurance that we can get, because it's not like the county auditor's office is telling us we have this much. We're getting it from somebody that's completely outside the county. So that's a very good evidence there. Also have about 23 million of restricted cash, which is some money in your debt service and your capital projects that are some bonds that need to be repaid. But all in all, a very straightforward balance sheet, not a lot of risk. I know people hear a lot of horror stories about accounting and auditing, but with the way these counties are set up, there's not a lot of numbers in here that have a lot of risk. These are numbers that are very straightforward. They're very easy to get documentation for. We don't have things like Enron where there's derivatives or some complicated way to determine if a number's correct. I mean, your property taxes receivable, we get a report that shows all the outstanding amounts. We can confirm those. So all in all, very low risk balance sheet there. And if you look on page 18 and 19, and we're seeing this at a lot of our governments, but if you look over there on the far left column for your general fund, even through the bulk of the pandemic, the county was still able to add almost $8 million to fund balance. A lot of that had to do with increased grant funding. So although we had to go through a lot, county ended up with about 27.3 million in fund balance, which is right in the sweet spot of where you want to be about not having too much, but also being above the 3.5 months that GFOA recommends as a bare minimum. So I applaud the county having fund balance. We have counties that don't have fund balance, though these meetings are a lot more unpleasant when you don't have it. So, I know y'all are probably already knee deep in budget. And so we found that the way y'all do y'all's budgets was conservative, and we didn't see anything shocking or something that showed that we should change things. So again, road and bridge funds broke even just about. Debt service added a little bit. And if you'll remember, in FY 20, if you look in that third column, the capital project O2 construction, if you go down, if y'all remember, y'all issued about 9.4 million of COs or GOs during FY 20. So that's where those are reflected there. So all in all, again, not a super complicated income statement. Predominantly property taxes and sales taxes are the main revenue winner there. Grants, if you look at this year compared to last year, obviously with the CRF money, the grant monies went up this year. So again, a very good year financially for the county. And if you look at page 23, solid waste, airport, and golf course are what we call business type activities, meaning they are supposed to generate enough revenue to cover their costs. And all three funds there did that. Some had to have some transfers in from other funds, but they were able to increase net position in all three areas there. And in the internal service fund, which is your health claims self-insurance fund, that fund was able to add funds there as well. The rest of the report is essentially notes to the financial statements and required disclosures that are necessary to have a full set of financial statements. Also, if you'll remember, the county also prepares what we call a ACFR, an annual comprehensive financial report. It's a voluntary report. You don't have to have these by state statute. The county goes to the extra length to put in the introductory section, which is a transmittal letter generated by the auditor's office. And also, if you look back here, there's 30 to 40 pages of 10-year statistical data. So I urge y'all at some point, these things are big, and I wish there was a way to pare them down, because I think people look and see that these are 200-page documents and people are like, man, I don't want to get involved with this. But if you really go back and look, those 10-year trends, you can see how much the county's grown. And it's really interesting to go back 10 years and see your different tax rates and see your different taxable bases and just see how big the county's got and how much it's growing. So that's a lot of effort is put in to get those extra schedules in there. So if you do get time, I do recommend that you go back there and look at those, because there's some good information back there. As far as something new in the report this year versus last year, we did have to incorporate a new GASB standard, which changed the way that we report the monies that you hold for other people, the money that's in the tax office, the sheriff commissary, those things that y'all are holding but really don't belong to y'all. We had to change how that's presented. And I really want to applaud the county auditor's office for really going through here, working with us and continuing to, okay, here's an example. Okay, let's change this a little bit. And they just kept with it. And we feel that this was the first one that we've had to convert, because y'all are a 12/31 year end. So we really appreciate all the help that we got there. It was a lot of extra work this year, but we feel really good about how they turned out. And I think that once this is submitted to GFOA, this was the only real change over the last previous years. And I really think that it meets the standards and should be able to get the award again. So the other item is your single audit report. And this is where we report on looking at the federal funds that the county has received and spent. This year, y'all spent a little bit over 2.5 million of federal grant monies. And the lion's share of that is about 1.5 million of the CRF funds, which we were able to get all the reports that you guys sent to TDM. And we went through there and we did not see anything that was submitted. The good thing is TDM looks at that and kind of tells you this is allowable, this isn't. So there's a lot less risk of something being spent that's not allowable. And so with that, that's the only fund that met the criteria to be tested. We did not have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to report on those funds, which is really good. I don't know how much, I know y'all signed county grants, and you look through some of the grant contracts, you can see the requirements that the reporting and the timeliness and the accuracy, and not having any findings there. A lot of work went into that, and I think it's reflected in the audit. So again, second year to do this. The second year is always better than the first, just because we're a little bit more familiar with what the county does. But we have to go out, we have to talk to, we randomly pick employees to talk about fraud. Nobody had anything that they were concerned with there. We have to test internal controls, in particular over cash disbursements or how you pay your bills and payroll. Both of those things look really good. So we just want to thank the county because although we work with the county auditor's office, we talked to a lot of different departments and we received a lot of help and everybody was very generous with their time. And I think that's why we're here able to meet that June 30 deadline with a full ACFR that I feel very confident will get the GFOA award again. So with that, I don't want to take up any more of your time. If you have questions, I'll be glad to entertain those now.
Questions? Yes, sir.
I've got some, Judge. Thank you. So I want to kind of reiterate some of the things John said. You know, absolutely, it was a team effort. Thank all the elected officials and the department heads for all the cooperation and hard work. John mentioned how difficult it was cleaning up fund balance and keeping fund balance healthy. He's right. There's a lot of work put into that. There are some other funds that we can discuss with you later that experienced a positive change as a result of cleaning up fund balance. But I have to say, before I forget, the transmittal letter, you know, that I do, that was, a lot of that was done by BJ Simon. So I want to again thank BJ Simon with Baytown West Chambers County Economic Development. I started going out to him a few years ago and letting him have some input in that because it's an economic analysis. And so kudos to him. He put a lot of effort, work into that. But I'll tell you, the hard work was done by Woody McQueen, Assistant Auditors Woody McQueen and Jalen Fleetwood. They have worked tirelessly. They are still cleaning up, as y'all can imagine, you know, still cleaning up things from 10 years ago, you know, adjusting funds and reconciling old accounts and things. So Woody has worked tirelessly, you know, since I've been here, since I've been auditor for 8 years. And Jalen, since she's been on board, she's just been phenomenal. So I want to, you know, recognize them and thank them.
Y'all can smile, Woody, Jay.
So, well, you can see she just took charge. I know who I work for. I mean, I ask her questions when they have them, and she's a rising star. And thank goodness we have Woody. I don't know how much longer, you know, he keeps threatening to retire again, but he's done a great job mentoring Jalen, and she's a rising star for sure. I do want to mention a couple of positive things. John, you can answer this question. Big problem in governments are pension funds. And we have taken steps, as y'all know, and you guys new on the court may not know, the judge can confirm it. We started several years ago taking steps to make sure our retirement plan was very healthy and you know, as funded as possible. And also that OPEB plan. A couple of years ago, we set up an irrevocable trust fund to start investing funds. That thing was 0% funded just 2 or 3 years ago because we didn't have that set up. And I think John can give you some positive.
Yes, I didn't know how much detail you wanted me to go into, but I have the schedules here and I can do that right quick.
Yeah, and before you answer, if I just one more thing, I want him to touch on that because I think that is significant for governments. That is the big problem in government is pension funds and unfunded liabilities. And before I forget, that statistical section, as John mentioned, we go over and above to do a consolidated annual financial report with statistical section that he touched on. Use that during your budget hearings because what you'll see, not only does it show that 10-year history of growth in the county, go back and look, we show every department's number of employees.
That's right.
Over a 10-year period. So when you're getting these requests from department heads and things, go back and look at how much maybe their budgets have grown or the county budget's grown in relation to the number of employees that have been added. We've added some employees in some departments, as you know, purchasing, things like that, but some of these other departments. So that's why we do that. So you've got some information and I'm available to answer any questions you may have, but go home tonight and make that your homework. Study that thing because it is invaluable to you for town hall meetings and for budget hearings. John, would you go ahead and tell us about these pension funds?
I sure will. That's a very good point. I didn't know how much in detail you wanted to get, but Tony brought up an extremely good point. If you look at page 61, this is the ending balance for your pension plan or your TCDRS. And last year, that liability was about almost 14 million. This year, it's at 6.9. So that's, $7 million decrease there. Now, this one, if you look at it, it's been 4, it's been 10, it's been 10, it's been 5, it's been 14. A lot of that moves a lot in accordance with the market and how the assets that you guys have held at TCDRS perform, which y'all have no control over. And I feel like they do a really good job as far as trying to maximize return, but also protect principal. So Tony is exactly right. That number went down $7 million just in 1 year right there. And the other thing, which I think is more under your control, and I did neglect to mention that y'all did start that OPEB plan or the set aside the assets for that. That went from 5.5 down to 1.5. So those two alone were $11 million of decrease in liability. So even though y'all issued 9.4 of C of O's, with those two things factored in, your actual debt went down.
Yeah, so I believe that OPEB's what, 80% funded?
85.
Yeah, so the funded ratio, it's 85% funded now, it's phenomenal.
Where in 2018, it was 38% funded.
Page 64.
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to that TCDRS, one thing you do have control over, and John's right about the market has a lot to do with it, but I'll tell you what else has to do with it is our contribution rate. It's the percentage of payroll that we contribute. And so in those years when TCDRS has told you, okay, your unfunded liability is low, lower, say 4 million. Nevertheless, we look at what's the funded ratio. And we have stayed consistent with 14.22% of payroll that you're budgeting and paying into that fund to get that funded ratio up high. So if we do have another market correction, our funded ratio is high. And kudos for that, because TCDRS may tell you we only are required to pay in 10 or 12%. But we put those steps in after the 2008 market crash, if you will, where our funded ratio dropped way down. And I don't know if you know the percentage on that, but I would say it's probably over 93% for TCDRS now. So I just want to point that out. You do have control over that. So that's one responsible step that the court has taken during budgets, consistently contributing more than is required by TCDRS.
93.71% funded.
Find another government that has those funded ratios. And see, the good news is, if the market stays strong going forward, there might be some breathing room, right? I mean, you can start budgeting a little less, responsibly budgeting a little less of that 14.22. But the goal was to grind it out and get those ratios up, because that is the target for governments, or those funded ratios.
Because it's kind of silly, not silly, but we do have a few that are some smaller entities that are actually overfunded. And to me, I'd rather keep that like Tony's talking about, keeping it right at 100 if you can, because I'd rather y'all have that extra money than let TRS have it. So again, I know that y'all are looking at that and that y'all pay attention to that. And, as Tony mentioned, we have other places that aren't in this financial shape as far as their unfunded liabilities. So very good point.
Questions? Okay, I'll echo what Tony said. John said, thank you, staff. There's lots of folks, but lots of time in it. Woody, you and Jalen, appreciate y'all. All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the. So moved, Judge. Second. Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Hearing no questions, on the favor. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
And
the work
again,
you
we're
do,
very
Mark.
excited to be here in person this year. Glad to
Yeah,
finally
we're
meet
excited to
y'all
have you here in person.
without a screen.
All right, while we're on the financial, let's go to 2.2, discuss consider auditor's report, constable tax sales. Tony, you got 2.2?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Constable tax sales?
So that's an audit report. You'll see the response from the constable's office. They were mostly in agreement. There was a little one penny off balance on something, but this is an internal audit report on the tax sales. And it looks like, again, the constable's office is in agreement, so it's there for your information.
It's on page 19, Tony, that the recommendation for a fee for a tax attorney should be approved in court. Do we have a fee schedule or anything like that that would amount, or how do we approve it?
Yeah, we'll follow up with you on that and see.
Okay. Entertain a motion to accept.
So we judge.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gore, second by Mr. Hammond. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. BJ, you were just getting bragged on. Did you hear? Oh, they're bragging on you. Helping you.
I'll take anything that was said.
All right, let's go into economic development, 5.3. Discuss, consider appropriate request for 5,000 in hotel occupancy tax funds from the Over Winfred Founder's Day, October 8th through the 10th. Let's see Linda's here to the city owner. Where's the mayor? Oh, there's Mike. Hey, Mayor.
Well,
Didn't see you standing there. And the mayor's here. Sorry. All right, I'll entertain a motion. It's something we do every year.
Make a motion, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Hammond, second by Commissioner Combs. Sam, everything's in order, ready? Mayor, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought I heard y'all talking about me. Everything's good to go. I recommend you fund it.
All right, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Linda and Mayor, thank you for being here this morning. Take care. Yeah, we'll see you there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Let me just stand right here. I got like 7 items on the agenda.
Yeah, what'd you say? Yeah, we can get you this out of the way.
Sweet.
Sheriff's not in a hurry, is he? Where's the sheriff?
Sorry, Sheriff, I cut mine.
He's not in a hurry.
He's still
All right.
organizing his papers.
All right,
You wanna go
5.1.
Okay.
5.1, discuss, consider authorization to execute contract with Chambers County and the Texas Water Development Board contract for flood infrastructure fund. Sam.
So this is the Texas Water Development Board contract. It's that $6 million and change countywide drainage study that we've been working on. This is our contract with the Water Development Board. Just to kind of clear it up, we are working with the city of Mont Belvieu, city of Dayton, city of Liberty. They are not contracted with the Texas Water Development Board because we are the recipient of the grant. We will have contracts with them. In fact, the city of Liberty's interlocal is the next item on this. Commissioner Combs and I talked yesterday. He had some questions about hackberry and cotton not being directly named. I confirmed with our contractor that they are included in the study. They're just not outlined. There was also a question about Beach City not being covered in the little colored portion of the map. We're going to get an updated map for that as well. So everything's in order. Worked with Ashley and Texas Water Development Board attorneys. So I think we're good to go on it.
I'll make a motion that we approve it with the final project, including Cotton Creek, Hackberry, and the Beach City map correct.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner, excuse me, Tice. Any questions?
Just a note that that's a 75-25% match. So the county's portion with everybody involved, Mount Belvieu, Dayton, Liberty, county's portion will be around 400,000.
Yes, and it actually might be less than that because when I called our contractor yesterday, Friesen Nichols is the name of that engineering company that we're utilizing. They let me know that the city of Ames and WCID number 5 in Liberty County are actually interested in participating as well. So our share may actually be a little bit less than what has been predicted.
Was CBCD a partner also?
No,
No.
they're not. No, sir.
All right. Motion second. Nothing else, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Discuss, consider 5.2, discuss, consider authorization to execute the interlocal agreement, City of Liberty for the Texas Water Development Board flood infrastructure.
So this is kind of a secondary note to what we just talked about. This is our individual contract, if you will, with the City of Liberty. They are going to reimburse us for their portion of the match. So basically what happens is when we get the invoice, we'll pay our portion of it and then send them an invoice to reimburse us for what they owe us. Pretty cut and dry. Again, Ashley and I worked on it with City of Liberty and their attorneys. Everything's pretty standard as far as interlocals go.
Vote for approval, Judge.
Second, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Ashley, was there anything you want to say?
I actually do, yes. I'm glad you said that. Sam has worked really hard on this. And we have about 1 million emails. So I'm glad that you said that. I wasn't gonna just yell out, but she works really hard on these. And sometimes you don't see what other offices do. So I want to brag on her for a
Thank
second.
you. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Kudos.
Yeah, you both y'all. Ashley, you work hard too, so.
She
Thank you,
does,
Jen.
absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Samantha, I should have did all my appreciative hugs during court instead of.
Well, thank you. I try.
You know how I felt about it.
Thank you.
We did.
He does
Y'all
do
gonna
a
make me
great
blush. Thank you. Remember that during budget hearings?
How did I know that was coming?
Hey,
She's good.
You get a grant for your place.
I'll take it. I'll find one. Don't worry.
She'll find one.
All right, 5.4, discuss, and I took that to vote. Make sure you heard that. And it was all yay. 5.4, discuss, consider approving temporary park use agreement for older Winthrop Founder's Day, October 8th through 10th. Motion by Commissioner Hammond,
Yes.
second by Commissioner Combs. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.5, discuss, consider approving request for $25,000 in hotel occupancy tax funds from Texas Rice Festival. Sam?
Everything's in order with this one. That's their standard amount that they request. Again, I recommend that you fund.
I got a question on that one.
Yes, sir.
I believe, and I did bring my agenda, I had my notes on, but it seemed like under application, there was a whole lot of stuff that just was not filled in.
I looked at that this morning.
Nothing filled in.
So I think we must have attached the incorrect application because when I looked back at what we had, it was completed. So what I can do is get you guys the completed application with the information on it, because Commissioner Hammond and I talked about it and he did say it was blank in there. So I'll get that over to you guys. And we can, if you feel more comfortable, we can table until next meeting whenever you guys have had a chance to look at that. That's up
If
to
you
you.
can assure us that it's filled in, I'm okay.
I can assure you of that. Yes, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Gore. Second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 5.6, discuss, consider approving temporary park use agreement for 2021 Texas Rice Festival. Motion by Commissioner Gore,
This one where we need.
Second.
second. Second by Commissioner Hammond. No, it's the one on the consent. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Did you get all yours, Pam?
Yes, sir. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and work on the payment for Old River, just so you guys know, but we will hold the payment for Rice Festival until their mass gathering permit is approved.
Yeah, and that's gonna, in fact, we can go to it now. Under
okay.
1918, approved mass gathering permit for the Texas Rice Festival. Texas Gator Fest, approved mass gathering permit for Texas Rice Festival. The fire marshal was asked to hold off on or approve it pending getting more paperwork for the fire marshal's office and EMS from the Rice Festival. So the motion could be to approve Texas Gator Fest. It's in order. I saw Ryan somewhere, but approve Texas Rice Festival pending the rest of the paperwork coming in. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Ryan, I covered.
Yes, sir.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, and that was on the consent, 1918. All right, Sam, anything else?
That's the end of mine. You guys are done with hot fun season for another year.
All right, thank you. You
Thank
are-
y'all.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Samantha.
All right, we're gonna go 5.7, public hearing at 10 a.m. regarding Tow Staff Inc. tax abatement agreement. It's now 10:20 a.m. We will recess out of regular session and go into public hearing. BJ, good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So the public hearing that is being conducted as part of the tax abatement process, just as a matter of reminder, COSA Incorporated is a plastics compounding entity that's building a facility in Cedar Fork. Court approved the application back in April and established a reinvestment zone on May 25th of 2021. Proposed project is a 110,000 square foot facility and expected to create between 20 and 60 full-time jobs to build out. So this is a public hearing to get comments on approving the tax abatement agreement.
All right, the public comments. Hearing none, we will adjourn our public hearing. Back into regular session, 5.8. Discuss and consider approving the Tostaff Inc. tax abatement agreement, BJ.
Yes, the agreement is before you. It reflects the terms that were approved back on the 25th of May. It's a 7-year tax abatement at 50%.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. We have another public hearing under 5.9, 10 a.m. regarding the Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021 reinvestment zone. So at 10:21 a.m., we will recess into a public hearing. BJ.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is a public hearing that is part of the tax abatement process to establish a reinvestment zone for Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021. The court approved the tax abatement application on the 8th of June, and the application to establish a reinvestment zone. The reinvestment zone is required to move forward with the tax abatement.
Any public testimony? Hearing none, we will 10:22 a.m. adjourn out of public hearing. Back to regular session, 5:10, discuss and consider order designating Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021 reinvestment zone.
Thank you, Judge. What's before the court is a resolution of the order that designates Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021 reinvestment zone.
Move for approval, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. 5:11. Discuss and consider public hearing on August 24th, 2021 regarding Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021 tax abatement agreement.
Yes, Judge, this is a request to place, to conduct a public hearing for the court to consider the approval of the tax abatement related to Texas Baytown Grand Parkway LLC 2021 reinvestment.
Move to set a public hearing for 10 o'clock a.m. on August 24th, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5:12, discuss and consider TGS CP 6363 LLC tax abatement application. BJ.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner, this is an application that's being submitted by TGSCP 6363 LLC for 1.2 million square foot dock high warehouse that is to be built for on a speculative basis for leasing with a potential long-term tenant. They're requesting a conventional 5-year tax abatement, no variance. Capital investment at this level is $60 million. And the application is presented to court for acceptance and or approval.
I move that we accept the application.
Second, Your Honor. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions?
I said on this construction estimates, it's page 169. So it says start September 21. Got construction man years 18.
Yeah, it should be 1.8.
Okay. I was thinking like.
A good catch. Yeah.
Well, one stick at a time. All right.
BJ, I might want to
That's a
talk about
retirement
this one,
job.
maybe modifying that, kind of like we did the Tulsa.
Yes. I understand. And they may request, as they did on their building associated with the LNG facility, to ask for an inverted schedule where the lower percentage of abatement is granted during the first initial year years, and then, because that.
We
gives
get more cash in front.
That's correct.
More tax up front.
So that'll be the next,
Right.
present the next court recommendation.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed?
Billy asked my question.
Motion carries. BJ, thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
And we do, seriously, Tony complimented you on your help, and we do appreciate all you do.
On the,
Transmittal letters.
oh, very good. Yes, always a pleasure. It's always a good story to tell.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Thank you, BJ.
Thanks, BJ.
All right, Parks and Recreation, discuss, consider approving public art mural policy. Ashley, Mr. Gore.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners
Again,
and
good morning.
Judge. As you know, on a previous court, there's a local organization who requested to paint an art mural on one of the bathrooms at a local park. This is a little bit unusual for the county. I've looked into other counties. Normally, a county will pick a spot and then request artists to submit an application. So in this particular situation, we're kind of doing it backwards. So I was tasked with creating a policy for the county in situations where people do request to paint art murals. So you are not making a decision today on that specific request. This is just a countywide policy that defines the purpose, the definitions, and our specific policy liabilities and eligibility criteria that would be required if someone does request to create a public art mural. And obviously I can change anything on there. I can add something, I can take away. But all you would be doing is accepting this policy for the county today. And it's on page 176 of the packet.
Okay, me and Ashley on the effort that went into this, creating this policy is something new for us, but I mean, from what the organization presented to me, I think it'd be a good thing for that park to allow them to do it, but I mean, I know we're not voting on it today. I appreciate the effort that went into this policy, and we need a motion on.
Yeah, we need a motion to approve the policy,
Yeah,
so.
I make a motion to approve the policy today.
Have a second? Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
I got one comment on this. We, on page 76, where it says applicant, the organization, person, entity who is granted the right to paint a mural.
Yes, sir.
An applicant is someone that's actually applying to do it. It don't
Yes, sir.
necessarily mean we're going to grant it.
Right.
So should that say applicant and or grantee or something like that?
Absolutely, I can change that. Yes, sir.
So you want to include that in your motion in your second?
Yes, sir.
Please. Okay. So we got amended motion in a second.
I want to thank Ashley for all her work on this, but
Yeah.
I'm opposed to the concept.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
But there may, I'm, I think the other process that is normally done, there may be other places where we would like to see the murals painted.
Right, as long as we can
Yeah,
approve what's going on, I
Yeah.
think it's a victory.
And it'll always be on a case-by-case basis. They will be liable for everything that they do. We have, ways to revoke that right, paint that original. It covers a lot.
So, I mean, Judge, would they have to represent
Yeah, they're gonna have to come back to court with what they would requesting to,
okay, I'm just saying, she,
Christie's here, I think.
yeah, Christie. Would you
Hey,
like,
Marilyn.
would you like to speak, Christie?
Or Marilyn?
Yeah.
Or both of you?
Yeah, I just want to say
State
thank
your
you
name for
again.
the
Thank
record,
you a
ma'am.
lot for your work. I know that a lot went into that too. I'm really excited about it because I do believe not necessarily just for that park, but historically, Chambers County's got a lot of great history here, and it could allow for economic growth through that sort of tourism at some point. So I'm just really happy to see a policy put in place. It gives us an opportunity to bring that back to you guys, whereas before we were kind of not in a position to do that. So I appreciate you guys moving forward on it, giving it consideration and your hard work as well.
So that's Christie Ridgeway for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yes.
Marilyn, anything? Well, you gotta come up. So we can pick you up on the records. Yeah, you gotta come up and say, not really. There was a not really, but.
Well, I just hope we'll be able to do it. It will beautify our park. And it's a positive thing for our children. You know, we want to paint something with children of all nationalities, reading books together and playing together. So it's a positive thing.
Agree.
That's a beautiful thing.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. I got a motion to second. Any other questions? Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. One nay. Commissioner Hamlin.
Thank you again.
Thank you, ladies. All right, y'all need a break? You good? Okay, Sheriff, you ready? Let's go. Okay, let's take 5.
I mean, yeah, we need a break.
Maybe you're wrong.
How much of a list do I have to say?
You don't be thinking about going to the bathroom?
Oh.
Okay. We'll give him a minute.
Hey, the judge said.
All right, court come to order. It's 10:45 a.m. after recess. We want to 1.1. Just consider legislative update. Sheriff, good morning.
Good morning, court. I'll be as brief as I can without, there's about 17 bills I'm going to quickly mention. I'm not going to read the bills, obviously, but, and it's mostly so if you, those of you, I know myself and a handful of other elected officials in the county are going to make the TAC legislative conference where they essentially go over these bills and kind of explain what's the most important to the court. I'll try and hit a few of them because the document itself is 63 pages, right, of things that affect counties, right? And that's obviously, I know that you all, most of you are learning that so much of what takes place at the Capitol comes down on local government. States just continuing to shift the burden to local government. And so ultimately we have 63 pages of bills that somehow affect county government. So I'm just going to hit the top ones. But before I do, I want to recognize y'all. You may not realize this is, we call it Shane Detweiler Day. So this was the day that Shane Detweiler was feloniously killed. So just want to bring that to the court's attention.
Yeah, let's have a moment of silence. Family. Okay, sure.
All right, so right off the bat, there's a number of different things, but I want you, so I don't forget on my notes here, to give you all something to think about. I'm going to ask and suggest to this court, this body, consider the governor's emergency declaration on the border issue. And even though we are not a border county, I'm going to suggest that you join the emergency declaration like many other counties that are not border counties, because we are being affected by it. We are especially seeing and feeling it on Interstate 10 for two different reasons. One, the majority of our troopers are being pulled south to work the border. So we don't have near the complement of troopers that we would normally, because the state has moved their resources. I support what they're doing. I'm not upset about it at all, but we're noticing the influx. The drugs, the movement of drugs and money on Interstate 10, it's one of the top 3 to 4 corridors in the nation. So we are seeing it, we're feeling it. The biggest issue that we're seeing right now, or problem across the nation, is fentanyl. Fentanyl seizures are up 800% since Joe Biden has become the president. And it wasn't because we weren't looking for fentanyl, it's because the cartel is moving fentanyl across the essentially open border that we currently have with this current president. There's a reason why the governor has declared the emergency. They tell me, Judge, so you'll know, I think Jackson County joined the declaration yesterday or Friday or recently, a number of counties that are not sitting on the border.
Can you get us a copy of what they did, sir?
I can work on that, sure can. So, and where it is advantageous to the county is if we find ourselves in a law enforcement action that is tied to the border, whether it's human smuggling, whether it's drug smuggling, whether it's something related to the jail where we're dealing with an illegal immigrant. If there are damages and costs to the county, the emergency declaration will reimburse the county. So where a lot of the counties have joined, it's because they're having so many bailout pursuits south of Houston. It doesn't matter where you are, but if you're south of Houston, because the whole goal is for these human smugglers and the drug smugglers is get to Houston, because that's where all the stash houses are. And then what we get is, after they finish the stash houses with the human smuggling, then they have their final destination, which is Chicago, New York, Detroit, Miami, wherever, then they get on Interstate 10, and that's where we get involved with it. Well, if you, a number of the cities and counties have wrecked patrol cars and done all kinds of things in these pursuits. And the state emergency declaration gives you the ability to get reimbursed from the state for those damages that you would have sustained because of the border crisis. So that's also, I will tell you that there is also a group that is filing lawsuits against Biden. They've called me wanting me to join it, but I'm smart enough to know that I cannot join a lawsuit without Commissioner's Court. And I'll leave that totally up to y'all. And if you want to take that into executive session sometime, we can, and most of it's dealing with the issues inside the jail. And I will tell you this, whether it's based upon the declaration or whether it's based upon the lawsuit against President Biden, is since he has been the president, they have not one time picked up our ICE detainer. With the previous administration prior to January, they always picked up our ICE detainer. Normally, law says within 48 hours, they normally have them picked up in less than 24 hours. That's how good ICE and Border Patrol were under the past administration. Under this current administration, it's like the 287G program that you all have agreed for the sheriff to be involved in. It's like the program doesn't even exist. It's just off the face of the map. So the issues that the governor is dealing with are real. They are real, regardless of what anybody wants to think, or the ACLU or anything. We're seeing it and feeling it. So, all right. Quickly, so SB 45, I think is important for me to mention to you all at court. Most of us as elected officials are aware of the sexual harassment lawsuits and circumstances. There is now new legislation dealing with sexual harassment. So I would definitely encourage the court to make sure that, that the training gets pushed down to department heads. And it's SB 45, and it's really targeted at local government. So I strongly urge that those issues take place. And essentially what it says that you as the court, or me as the elected official, I should have known that sexual harassment was looming or potential. All right. And so just kind of an FYI. All right. And I'm just going to hit, these are just some highlighted bills that I think there's a new salary grievance procedure that will affect you and the county clerk, I guess, who does it. And there's, so essentially, there's the two types that you can select the salary grievance. There's now a third type that can be randomly done through the computer. And I think obviously Heather or y'all will learn the system if you choose to use the new salary grievance system. All right, so I think it's the personal information of elected officials can now be withheld. All right, so there are certain things such as your addresses and stuff like that can be withheld from public record. All right, it's been that way for law enforcement for a number of years, and I personally, as a sheriff, I have no problem with everybody having my personal information. One, I want people to call me. Two, I want people to reach out to me, because if there's something that we're not doing or should be doing, I want the public to let me know. So I want to be reachable. But obviously, my narcotics interdiction guys that we take advantage of that. There is now the ability, and I think a lot of it has to do with some of the things that have happened over the past year, that there are some elected officials now that feel like they have that ability to potentially be, whether it's physically attacked or verbally attacked or different ways. And it also reaches all the way to your children too. That there's some things in the law that protect elected officials and what have you. So it's just something for you to know about. Cybersecurity, the good part is I know you all realize how important cybersecurity is, and obviously from the sheriff's perspective, I will tell you, if there's any place that you need to dump a little extra money, it's into cybersecurity. And we don't need our county held hostage like many counties it's happening. So
Jackson County, one of them.
that is correct. So, but what is interesting about this is it's essentially the things that TAC has been providing for us and that Derek and them are providing now are kind of codified into law, where it's now required for your county employees to be involved in cyber protection, cyber training, so that they're not jeopardizing the county. Because it is so easy. Every one of us know how easy it is to open the wrong link. And so just the training is required, but we've been doing it and TAC has been requiring it. So.
I think everyone just took the course they needed to, didn't they, Austin? Recall that?
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah, we were
kudos to the,
compliance to the state back in the beginning of June.
yeah, kudos departments.
All right, HB 9 by Stephanie Click is a bill that makes it where you can remember here during some of these social movements that we had last year where they were blocking the highways and blocking the roads, shutting down traffic, and what have you. Now there is a law that gives us the ability to enforce it. And then if in the course of them blocking and shutting down the road for their protest or wedding vows or whatever, with some of the craziness that we've seen, it gives us the ability, if there's a first responder that got caught up in that traffic, it enhances the penalty even more if it's ambulance, fire truck, law enforcement trying to respond. So
Good deal.
So one of the issues that it's a good bill. I'm crossing my finger and kind of hoping for the best, but the NCIC, that's National Crime Information Center, and then we have TCIC, Texas. There is a new bill now that requires requires me to put in bond conditions, which is a good thing. What we don't know, Judge, is if it's going to be labor intensive. I'm not asking for personnel. The bigger counties are obviously asking their commissioners court for personnel because it is a very specific amount of time that information has to be put into the TCIC system. The intent is so when law enforcement interacts with somebody, it's like can be identified on the TCIC system of what their conditions of the bond, to see whether they were violating the conditions of that bond. Great law. It's for protecting victims. It's a good law for us as sheriffs because all of that, it's that bond conditions when they come out of the jail. So it doesn't affect chiefs of police. It really doesn't affect anybody but the 254 sheriffs. But we really won't know whether it's labor intensive until we get into it. And I think we'll be fine. So at least I testified at the Capitol that we will be. So we'll see. So. All right, kind of FYI, there is now the ability to mandatory blood specimen on boating accidents, where we've always had it for quite a while now with vehicle accidents where somebody appears to have been or maybe intoxicated, where the officers or the troopers have the ability to mandatorily take the blood, even if you had to physically restrain somebody. That has now been moved over to boating while intoxicated too. So since we have a number of boating accidents, I felt like it's something that wouldn't be bad for you all in the public to know that if there is mandatory blood for boating accidents. Elections, I won't even get into elections because I think at some point you all should have the county clerk probably do this just for elections, because there's no doubt there's a number of things that have happened in elections. And since it's my wife, I have to say how proud I was of her on Saturday. You all may not know that she was invited testimony. The Republicans invited her and she was complimented by the literally senior member of the Democrats on her reputation, how professional she runs elections. So kudos to you, honey.
Thank you, Heather.
Maybe next call, Heather. Election update.
Essentially, but they want to put the clerk in jail if she messes up. So I told them I have no problem with that.
Interesting concept.
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, there's so many different laws. Like one of them I get a kick out of it. If y'all weren't aware of it, I think you should know it is our Senator Brandon Creighton filed a bill that I thought was interesting because he's essentially saying that the election machine that you all buy and the system that you buy must be manufactured in the United States. So that causes a little problem right now for the clerks and you all, because I think, I'll let Heather discuss it, but I'm not even sure whether that's capable yet, but somebody's going to start making them in the United States if they want to sell election machines, because it is now in the law. So,
To cover the computer chips too.
yeah, I don't know. I'll let Heather try and figure that out. So. Okay, so one of the things that, and I'll tell you that the Sheriff's Association, we were neutral on it. I testified on it in one of the hearings, and that's mandatory law that requires quarantine leave for first responders. Essentially, you all have already provided it, so it's nothing new, but not all counties were doing what Chambers County was doing in regards to first responders that were either quarantined or actually had gotten COVID-19. The law doesn't cover just COVID-19. The law covers any pandemic or any pandemic that the county, that the governor and the county judge declare as an emergency. So if there's a declaration as pandemic, your first responders, there is a law that requires you to, so you'll know, I'm not afraid to tell you, the Sheriff's Association, we were neutral on the bill because it has a pretty big fiscal note to the sheriff, which ultimately puts fiscal note to Commissioner's Court. But the intent and the purpose behind it is good because obviously your paramedics and your law enforcement, your firefighters don't have a choice but to interact with somebody who may have the pandemic. So that's the purpose of it. All right. So if many of you have probably noticed Live PD, you don't even see it anymore. Well, in Texas, we also have a law now that forbids myself or a police chief from allowing a news crew or a television crew to ride with a police officer for the purpose of entertainment. So we can still do 48 hours. We can still do Nightline. And we can still do things that are educational or are true journalism. We just can't do entertainment TV like Live PD and those. And it's all based upon a case out of Williamson County where the sheriff had, we call it Wilco. Wilco had a lot of Live PD. That case is one of them that's created the sheriff to be indicted in 2 different counties, and it's a good law. Law enforcement is a profession. It's not entertainment, and so it's a good law.
No more Lone Star Law.
So it's kind of interesting. There's rumor that Lone Star Law, I think it could go either way because you could use it as very educational, which I think it is very educational. Right. So I would support, but I think Parks and Wildlife is seeing it as it's in such a gray area. Rumor is they're gonna discontinue it, which I hate because I think it's a good show.
Yeah, that's what I heard also.
Very good show.
All right, body worn cameras. So when I spoke to y'all in Commissioner's Court. The issue that we're having, and obviously we have an IT expert here, and Derek have been wonderful working with us. We're constantly filling up our servers. Well, this 929 Sherman, it was the bill, I think I told y'all briefly, it was the bill that was tied to the individual that got shot in Dallas when the Dallas police officer walked in the wrong apartment. She thought it was hers. All right, so the bill was named after the victim, and it had to do with body cameras, the bill. Essentially what it says is that when myself or any of the detectives or police officers that respond to a major crime scene. And that's part of the issue is because the bill's not real clear, but obviously we can never turn our camera off the whole time we're there unless we're handling some kind of business that is not related to the scene. So if you can imagine how much data, I mean, if we have our typical, when we have a homicide, or something that we suspect could be foul play or we're not sure, it's an all hands on deck. So I could literally have, 6 detective, a couple of patrol supervisors. It's everybody running body cameras. And for example, the recent death that we're investigating now off of 3180 in the apartment complex, they were there for 8 to 10 hours before we were able to do the things that we needed to do on that scene. So you can just get an idea how much data that is. So it's one of the reasons we told you we want to go to a cloud-based storage so that Derek and Austin don't have to worry about trying to constantly buy another terabyte or buying 10 more terabytes. It's cloud storage. So. All right, I'm going to talk briefly on permitless carry, or some people call it constitutional carry. 21 years old, not a convicted felon, don't have domestic violence. There's a few other little offenses. There's a couple of A and B misdemeanors. If you have been convicted of that A and B misdemeanor, then you cannot carry a permitless for at least 5 years. The bill is good. I don't think that this county will see any real change. Most of our citizens want to carry a gun. We're already carrying a gun. They already had a permit. This just allows somebody that doesn't have the permit to carry one if he chooses to, which I'm Second Amendment sheriff and I have no problem with it. There's a number of different things that we would probably want to do here at the courthouse for the ability to help. There's some legislation where you can lock up. Somebody arrives and they have a handgun on them. Instead of them having to go lock it in their car where it potentially comes unsecure, we'll have the ability to help secure it here at the courthouse. They can handle the business. They can get their handgun and then exit the courthouse. So it's to me, it's the smartest and the best way for us to do it. So
Y'all still kind of hamstring on what you can ask someone if they're open carry, or
correct. So it gives us the ability to ask questions and then also disarm them or unarm them if it is law enforcement interaction. So perfect example is, we get a suspicious person call where we are there interacting on a law enforcement call, and we do have that ability to ask questions or what have you. But just randomly, because somebody's there with a weapon, we should not. And our policy and the law says it's not the intent of this law for every person that's open carrying to be questioned by law enforcement unless there's law enforcement interaction. Good policy. All right. Facebook bill. We call it the Facebook bill. Best law enforcement bill, one of the best that's ever passed. And essentially, like if I told you how many times we've tried to use Facebook in investigations and Facebook won't give us the information, they deny the warrants. There's now a bill that clearly says that if we need that data that Facebook has the ability to provide, they will provide it. So good legislation, because we all know how much crime is taking place on social media right now. And we call it the Facebook bill just because Facebook was who we were dealing with, but it's all social media networks have to provide it. So. I'm sorry. Well, I'm sure it'll be tested.
I mean, Facebook's a national company. They're gonna.
Well.
They're gonna listen to state law.
Well, they might. So, I mean, you don't know till you test it. Right. So, all right. SB 23. Don't expect it to ever affect here. We're very pro law enforcement county, but there's now legislation that essentially says if you're going to reduce the law enforcement budget any different than essentially the rest of the county budget. So if you're going to do a reduction of budget and you're going to say reduce everybody's budget by 5%, it's not a problem. But if you were going to do everybody's budget 5%, you're going to reduce law enforcement by 10 or 15%. You actually have to take it to the voters. And the essential idea was, I think you all understand that it all had to do with the defunding the police type scenario. So I don't, like I say, not an issue for most of our counties. It was the big urban counties and cities that were having the defunding issues. All right, last things, and I'll just zip through it, and that is the, the bills based on these social justices issues. So a lot of the Black Lives Matter stuff pushed, some of it was very legitimate, don't blame them. So like, I'm going to use the example, we do have now a law that bans the chokehold. Well, I have eliminated the chokehold by policy long ago. So if you're a professional sheriff or chief, you've already moved into these things that the law now bans, that we'd already taken out of our policy. One of them was like rendering aid. So if a law enforcement officer ends up having to take interaction with somebody and has to use deadly force or any kind of force and hurts them, the law requires that we get them, we render aid to them. That's been in my policy always. I mean, anytime you can preserve life, you're going to. I always tell the deputies, our deputies, they have clot kits that they carry, and they have tourniquets and stuff that we use. And I remind them, it's not just to save your partner or yourself, it's also to save the citizen. You pull up on a car accident and EMS is not there and you see someone profusely bleeding, we train you to use that, use it. Well, it goes the same way with a suspect. So those are things that we've already been doing that are now codified into law. All right. So real quick, talk about quickly, because I know I had visited with you all about taxpayer-funded lobbyists. So that taxpayer-funded lobbyist bill has been filed again. I passed out a sheet that I just wanted you all to see. Essentially, it's the, so I know most of you are familiar with an organization called Empower Texas. Right. So this is Empower Texas survey done this summer. It's a survey that just came out. And as you can see where banning taxpayer-funded lobbying is. It's not very high on the priority, but we could go right back up to the top. What Heather was testifying on Saturday, election integrity is high. It is number one. And then you can kind of see where it goes. And this is from the conservative organization, Empower Texas, which I think is interesting because when I see this survey, what it really tells me is the taxpayer-funded lobby item is nothing more than a soundbite. It's obviously not that important to the citizens, not even important to their own Republican group. And as a moderate Republican, I'll tell you that I don't support these massive contracts that the judge and I know that some cities and counties have done in the lobby world, but this county here, I will tell you, I done my share of research, everything I can behind the scenes because I testified on the bill and I worked the bill. The money that you all authorized to go into taxpaying funded lobbying is pennies, is pennies. All right. And what TAC spends in the complexity of what they do is even less than pennies. I mean, you could not get that bang for the buck anywhere. All right. What I find interesting is, and I think I had mentioned it to you all on Zoom when we were doing Zoom, that and I'm not afraid to say it, it's full disclosure, is the county judge of Galveston County supports the bill, where this court has taken a position and you all, didn't oppose the bill. Right? You opposed the bill in Galveston. Well, that's because they have hired, and I remember they hired a fellow by the name of Jed Webb. Jed Webb. Nice fellow, very capable. I couldn't blame him at all for hiring him, but I just think it's interesting how you go put $200,000 of your budget into having somebody that can meet the terms of the ban, and he can continue to go down there and work on behalf of Galveston County Commissioners Court and the county judge. And then you all try to figure out how to do it for pennies, that the bill is really going to force you into providing the judge with a full-time employee to manage government affairs, because there's no way. They're even trying to ban, where our sheriff's association picked up my expenses at the Capitol. Right? They're trying to even make it to where the sheriff's association can't pick up my expenses. I can't even use any of my budget money to go down there on behalf of sheriff-related issues. It's quite a ban that these different bills have morphed into. They died. There is not a current bill, but it was filed again on Friday. So we'll just have to see what happens. I'm totally against what the Democrats have done yesterday by flying the coop, literally, and leaving to where now government has gone stifled, because Heather and them worked on a bill last few days or well, they've been working on it all session, but make a long story short, that's a good bill and that the House of Representatives has. But obviously the Democrats decided they didn't want that bill to pass. So who knows what's going to happen with the taxpayer funded lobby bill. As of now, it's not part of the call, the special session call, but it might become one. So I just think you all need to know that we might find ourselves right back in that same position that we were. But the good part I feel like is I don't think the public support, I think all of us support giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to a lobby group to push an initiative, right? It's probably not in the best interest of the taxpayer. All right. But the small amount of money that Chambers County Commissioners Court, and not just Commissioners Court here, it could be our school districts using it inside their school board, making sure that good legislation is pursued and they hire somebody to track it and help pursue it. City councils use TML. I could go on and on that not all what they call taxpayer funded lobby, because if you get technical, I'd like to think I'm an effective sheriff here in the county, and I'd like to think I'm an effective sheriff at the Capitol. Well, if that's the case, then somebody would have to call me a taxpayer funded lobbyist. And I am not a taxpayer funded lobbyist. I'm here on the behalf of county government, Chambers County, and county government across the state of Texas, making sure that good legislation is capable of law enforcement to enforce. And so with that being said, I'll answer any questions. And Judge, if next time you have court, you want to bring me into executive session to discuss whether or not you are interested in joining a class action lawsuit that other counties are doing. That's totally up to you. It's a commissioner's court issue.
Okay. Yeah, we can get it on the next agenda.
And I think with that, that's pretty much it. And if I've missed something, y'all are more than welcome to call me on the telephone. And thank y'all. And that $7 million that Tony was talking about, y'all sure can look over at my budget, that $7 million savings.
We will.
It's all good.
And Ryan is getting a copy of that emergency declaration from Jackson County.
Okay.
So we should have it today.
And also, Judge, I did ask some questions on American Rescue Plan. And there is no doubt, I think if we look into it, or Patrick looks into it, some of those budget items that I've requested can probably be paid out of American Rescue Plan money. So it doesn't matter to me, but that looks like it can be done. So, all right. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff. Ashley, will you put something on the next agenda pertaining to the lawsuit? Please. All right, 1.2. Oh, by the way, Sheriff, appreciate all the hard work you got for this year.
Yes, Sheriff, thank you very much.
You're another both. I know y'all
Thank you.
went to battle for counties. All right, 1.2, discuss, consider adopting a resolution to allow golf carts to be operated on a public highway or street in unincorporated Chambers County with a speed limit of 35 miles an hour or less. Mr. Combs.
Yes, if you recall back several months ago, we passed a resolution in support of legislation that would add Chambers County and Galveston County to the list of counties that had already been approved to allow golf carts on the road with speed limits of 35 mile an hour or less. And the legislation did pass, and so this resolution would make it legal in Chambers County.
Judge, can I speak just a moment on?
Sure, please do.
So, great legislation that Mays Middleton filed on behalf of our county and Galveston County. Good bill, gives you all the power to determine. I will encourage you as a sheriff to only use the definition of a golf cart. Now, there are some issues, and I Commissioner Gore and I spoke briefly. There are some utility vehicles, what I'm going to call them, UTVs. Some people call them RTVs, that would not be a bad thing to allow it. The problem is we're going to have to work on that definition, because I'm afraid the way that definition is established now, it also includes Polaris razors and these things that will literally do 70 to 80 miles an hour.
Pandora's box will be open.
Correct. And because there is no doubt, there are some utility vehicles that have a maximum speed of around 25 miles an hour, very similar to a golf cart. So we might have to see what that definition is, but otherwise I encourage you to just keep the definition of a golf cart. It's very specific, the definition of a golf cart. And you operate it on roads 35 miles an hour or less. You can cross a highway, but you can't parallel go down up and down the highway. You just cross it. Otherwise, you've got to be on your county roads and city streets 35 mile an hour or less. All right. You really can't do the city street unless the city adopts it. So like Anahuac, really their council, if we should encourage them. I would encourage the commissioner to visit with those cities. Beach City's already done it, but those other cities probably need to address that issue. So, especially Old River, because the boundaries and the city limit lines of Old River, you don't have a map in front of you. You don't know. I mean, I can tell you, the mayor and I have even had our own trying to figure out where a city limit line is in Old River. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sure. All right, Commissioner Combs, you make a motion?
I will, and I will add that this resolution is for the unincorporated areas of the county and is only for golf cart.
I got a motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tass. Approve the resolution. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 1.3, discuss, consider adding Bay Area Turning Point as a charity option. County's juror donation forms. This is just an option that a juror can make to donate through $10 per serving.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tass.
I do have a comment to make on it, and I just want to make sure, when I was reading Patty's email, she had asked for this to be put on the agenda for the 27th. And I just want to make sure there's nothing wrong with us doing it today.
I missed that email, so.
Yeah, I saw that.
The fact that she's out of town, I think.
She's out of town.
It's good though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a very good
It
organization,
is.
obviously. I just
Yeah.
caution you to make sure that, because this one is involved with women and children, that we don't want that list to get so big with different charitable organizations. And just, this is a great organization that serves Chambers County.
Do you remember, will this be 4?
So before.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, and I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Can I tell you a little bit
Sure.
about Bay Area Turning Point? So I'm gonna brag on my office just really quickly, sorry, but we have partnered with Bay Area
No, you
Turning
can't
Point.
brag on it.
Sorry, I'm very proud of them. We have partnered with Bay Area Turning Point, and Terry Rose, my executive assistant, who is amazing, and Kayla Gonzalez, who's my first assistant, completely started this on their own. And we have a victims options class now for victims, men and women, of domestic violence in Chambers County. And so Bay Area Turning Point and my office get together about once a month on a Thursday evening after hours, just on their own accord, to give information to these victims. And Bay Area Turning Point has been amazing, and they have lots of resources. So I really support this organization.
That's good.
Thank you, Counselor.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 1.5, appoint a Chambers County representative, the Gulf Coast Protection District Board of Directors. I talked to some of my peers, and apparently if we appoint somebody today, we're gonna be the first county to appoint. And my recommendation is that we appoint Commissioner Combs. He and I visited, he wants to serve. And I think he'd be really good representing Chambers County on that board. So I'll make that motion.
I'll second that for sure.
Motion by me, second by Commissioner Gore. I think that's the first.
Thank you.
I know.
I was gonna say,
Really, I'm not
15
used to
years, I'm
that.
sitting here thinking, I don't think you've done that very often.
Well, I'm afraid if I don't do it, you're gonna want me to serve on it. So. And seriously, I think especially at first, it's gonna be very time consuming. So Billy, I appreciate you making the time to do that because it is very important.
It is very important. I agree with that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, got a motion second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I think we covered the first page. Down the second, down the maintenance of buildings. 7.1, discuss and consider selecting turf or grass infields for all 16 proposed Chambers County baseball fields. Mike, good morning.
Hello. So this has kind of been up in the air, just, we got it fixing to build a whole bunch of ball fields. So just want to get the court to decide, are we going to go with turf or are we going to go with grass? There's a big difference in money. So there's a big difference in maintaining it. So it doesn't make me a bit of difference, just which way do y'all want to go?
You're not gonna be out there playing ball.
Remind me the difference in the cost, Mike, on the Anahuac fields. Is it 100,000 field or?
Depends on what,
Roughly.
roughly $125,000 a field.
Less for turf versus natural turf versus artificial turf, right?
Yes, sir.
Artificial one.
But when I read this quote from Brookstone, I was a little confused. And it looked like they were trying to say it was more if they had to go to grass turfs.
No,
Because
you read
they-
that wrong. They have grass turf. The problem with what we did with Brookstone is we went through a value engineering and we basically took the turf out. So in theirs, it's out. If you want to put it back in, you have to add that money back in.
There's a cost for grass and that as well. Did you deduct that from the turf or, there's gotta be a difference there. It can't be just $480,000 for turf and nothing for grass. We're gonna have to put grass in there, especially grass that doesn't grow like crazy. There's gotta be a difference there, right?
No, you either bid it with grass or you bid it with turf. Turf, you have to, it takes it's almost like putting down carpet. And then you have to secure it so, it's not coming up and everything else. The turf is just going to cost you a good bit more money.
So I understand what Commissioner Gore is saying. With Anahuac Fields, this calls for grass. And then you deduct that grass and add the turf in, or it's still 125,000.
Well, that's what your deduct was. What I'm saying is you got to deduct basically 125,000 to go to grass. So the grass is included.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It has to be, right?
There's gotta be a difference. But I understand what you're saying. I figured it would be.
I just don't understand your question.
Well, you still have to do drainage on the grass.
Correct.
You don't have to do drainage on turf. There's difference there, but there still has to be a difference in that price. Is it 120 something thousand?
125,000.
Yeah, what he's saying is they bid it. Give me a price to put your artificial turf in, and then give me a deduct if we go to grass. So everything else has to be in.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's, there's pluses and minuses on both. Part of what I'm saying is the care of the turf is when they're practicing on it, not utilizing it for tournaments where you can regulate it, it could be detrimental to the turf.
You know, Anahuac, the Anahuac ISD put in turf. In fact, they put in 100% turf.
Yeah, Fort Field too.
So, and it doesn't make me a bit of difference. When I went on vacation, there was a girls softball team that was playing in Alabama. And so I asked her parents, I said, which do you prefer, or which do the girls prefer? The girls said that they thought it was very hot. They had to wear special shoes. They had to do this, they had to do that. So when it's real hot outside, then I got to thinking, this is Texas, it gets hot. So, but I don't know. I build buildings. I'm not an expert at building ball fields. I'm just not. So
Well, I'll be honest, I prefer the grass any day. I'd much rather save that money and use it on other projects that we need.
No, we're talking about, $2 million for 16 fields.
Just,
That's right,
you know,
So
there's no doubt in my mind, I want the grass.
And I'm gonna tell you, you heard me talking about my grandson playing the Gulf Shores. It rained a lot. And we played on dirt in fields. And they had, the drainage was good. Sometimes between games, they'd have to go in there and dress it up a little, but we didn't get, I mean, it rained a lot. We didn't get rained down.
as long as we do the drainage,
properly.
as long as we do the drainage properly, I think you're gonna be in good shape.
To see it all over America.
Well, I'll make a motion that we go grass fields.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 7-2. Discuss, consider awarding Brookstone Construction Phase 2 of the Chambers County West Side Complex Project. Mike.
Well, the numbers that you have are, Brookstone has not had the chance to, by the time we got the information to Brookstone, they haven't had a chance to get that information to their subcontractors so we can get apples to apples like we bid Anahuac. So the numbers you got are basically not to exceed numbers right now. I don't have, apples to apples that I can bring you right now. I didn't give them enough time to give me the numbers. Now, you also got to understand there are some things about the West Side site that are gonna make it different no matter what we do. We decided that we were gonna balance that site. And there was, if you change the elevation 1 inch on 64 acres, you're talking about a lot of dirt. So there was some dirt that we had to get rid of. We had to move around, we had to dig ponds. So to save money, we tried to balance the site out. Some of that dirt we were taking over to the ball fields and then basically, building more of the concrete type stands instead of, just setting in the aluminum stands because we were saving money other places. So those costs we have given the court. We went through the value engineering. I'm not going to say that this field is going to be exactly like Anahuac, but it's going to be close. There's just other factors where we might have been saving money somewhere else. And so this one might be, you could say, a little nicer maybe in some people's minds than maybe the Anahuac. It's just not, they're not going to be the same right now.
The 4 fields will be the same. It's just what goes with it.
Size-wise, correct. So there's going to be some differences, but not much.
So really, and I had Mike put this on because we need to get started as soon as we can.
Yes.
But if you're not ready, Mike, I think we table it to next call.
That works for me. I can get you better numbers.
Yeah, we need.
Yeah, I
those
think we
numbers.
need to get the best numbers we can get.
And I'm gonna tell you, these 16 fields coming in with tournament play, every restaurant and hotel and condo and Gulf Shores was booked. I mean, over the last week. It's gonna
It's
boost
gonna
the
be a
economy.
big deal, Judge. Talking to David Denny, Your Honor, our coach, we just got the resolution today. He's really excited about it.
So quick question, package one is the community building
Yes, sir.
and that's set. That number's set for the community building.
It came in originally at $4 million. We bid it in January, and they put extra general conditions and some, we've had material as like steel has gone up and things like that. It went up $380,000. So it's $4,380,000, which really and truly since January. And for all the material price and hikes, not that bad.
So do we want to approve package one?
That's kind of
Okay,
where,
package
that's
two?
kind of where I was headed to.
Right?
So just to be fair, officially, they've stated that the material prices are starting to decline some. I know lumber is, so I'd assume that we could possibly anticipate some savings there if material prices do continue to come down. I can't speak for steel.
Yeah, I mean, steel's up 53% since December the 15th, and there is no end in sight, from what I'm hearing in the industry. Talking to builders, we're seeing on TV lumber's coming down, but the bottom line is the end users are not feeling that. And they're saying it could be into Q4, Q1 before it actually gets down to us. I hope I'm wrong.
Sensible.
I was just gonna say, we've got the final closing documents ready to close on the bonds. And is everybody clear on the amount, the net amount of funds that the bond issue is providing to you for these projects? Is everybody clear on that? Because we've talked about a lot of different numbers, 49 million, this, that, and the other. So I just want to make sure everybody understands while you're budgeting and talking about this, that we're depositing into the project account $47,650,000. After all of our closing costs and nets. Good news is we only owe $46,090,000 and we got a 2.7 million premium. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure everybody's clear. And I'm sure Aaron's filled y'all in.
Yeah.
That's what you have from the bonds, 47.
Okay, thank you.
And,
All right.
and just so you know, I think we originally budgeted $20 million for this project, the whole thing.
Right.
And even with these numbers, and I think these numbers will come down, we're at 19 million, even if we took what's on the paper right now today. So I think these numbers will come down. So I think we will be under our original budget of $20 million for this whole project, just so you know.
Mike, are these not to exceed numbers or are these lump sum numbers?
The ones that I gave you for today are not to exceed because I didn't give them enough time to go back with the information that we came up when we bid the Anahuac project to get the input from their subcontractors.
Oh, thank you. So I guess our options are to table, to approve package one and table two or five, excuse me, or vote not to exceed those numbers.
I would be more comfortable with voting on package one.
All right, you gotta go ahead and make a motion.
I agree.
I'll make a motion that we approve package one of the West Complex Phase 2 budget.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice, to approve package one, West Side Complex. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, and we'll table action on package five for next quarter.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 10.1, discuss, consider utilizing an independent auditor for the audit of volunteer fire departments. Ashley.
There was a request to use an outside or an independent auditor for this, as we have done that recently for other situations. So completely up to the court on what you want to do with that.
Is this all fire departments?
It's for our fire department in Chambers County. It was requested by, Ron requested that we have the audit done. And then there was a request that we use an independent auditor.
Yeah, I don't recall if it was all of them or I know that it was all of them.
I would,
It is for all of them. And how much is that gonna cost?
I do not have the answer, but I can find out for you.
Can we-
Personally, I'd like to know what it's gonna cost before we
Right.
approve spending.
Tony, did y'all do that? You cannot?
independent.
I mean, why can't we do it in-house?
Because I sent an email to the DA and the county attorney and county judge, and they're aware of conflict around that, so we won't do it. at this
So it's
point.
better just to get it independent.
I preferred Tony to explain that.
Thank
That's
you.
why. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to table it? So we're gonna do RF.
Yes, that's what I was going to answer
Qualifications.
Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Combs, no one's approached my office for this, but that would be an RFQ type thing, or if we need to expedite it, we can see what's out there. We have some very good auditors we already use.
Cause I heard one price come back from somebody saying how much it's gonna cost to do an audit of the fire department. And I have never seen an audit come in that cheap. I mean,
No?
I don't know a
We have a
number.
lot of fire
No one's, I don't even have a number to throw out at you, Commissioner.
Okay. And we've got some, we had an outside auditor previously.
Huh?
We had an outside auditor previously on the fire department. Can't remember who it was, but Weaver.
It
That's
was
right.
Weaver
We just, get a ballpark or not exceed numbers.
Seemed like it was about $8,000 or $9,000 per department.
That's what I'm thinking. And we heard two at our last court.
And I believe we have 9, I think that's right, 9 volunteer fire departments in our county. Am I right about
I
that?
think that's 8 or 9.
8.
8, okay.
All right.
It was 9 until.
Yeah, it's,
And that conversation kind of come up with pertaining to the Oak River Fire Department, so I'm sure everybody knows they're closing down and they're selling off their assets and they have to dissolve their 501c3. So just from a county standpoint, I don't know if we need some closure there, if everything's done right and all that's gone away, or if that's even our business, I don't know.
I'm okay with auditing 1 or 2, but to jump in here and do 9 or so at the same time, is a lot of money. Maybe we rotate them or do something like that, but if we got one we want to look at, I'm okay with going Old River.
What'd you say?
It costs $12,000.
12,000 last time.
12,000 for all of them or for one? For one. Now, yeah,
I guess.
For one, that was for one or for all of them? Okay, for all of them.
12,000 for all of them. Yeah. That's
Thank you, Aaron.
cheaper than.
That seems way cheap.
It does.
Anyway, we'll just look for some direction from the either department head or from the court, and we'll see what we can do for you.
So if, as far as I know, Weaver did a good job, maybe we go back to them. If they're an approved vendor.
Weaver.
But if you two work together on it, we can come back to court.
Like I said, Judge, there's several ways of procuring it, but we also had one present today that I would consider too. An outside auditor present today that I would also consider.
Okay.
Thanks, George.
All right, let's table 10-1. Ashley and George. All right, personnel, 18-1, discuss consider road administrator position. Executive session. Commissioner Hammond, or you want?
I think it'd be easier to go to executive.
Okay. All right, 18-2, discuss consider adopting new vacation plan for county employees. Commissioner Gore.
Yes, sir. During the Sheriff Association, the sheriff presented a vacation form. We're always rolling over vacation. And it's getting where, we have people that have a lot of hours that they're having to roll over and use by the anniversary date. What I'm wanting to present is this chart that we go from January to December on their vacation.
Instead of employment dates, you go to calendar year.
Go to a time of the year. The first year will be a little bit tough because everybody had to use their vacation that was due by the anniversary date plus the new. But after that first year, it'll be lined out and we'll get out of the habit of having to roll over vacation unless it's just a natural disaster or something like that. I think it'd make it easier on a lot of our departments that's having to schedule around courts and elections and everything else. So, I mean, I liked it. I mean, this is how we do it in the industry. And I mean, I just think it'd be a good deal to go to. I think Heather could speak to it as well through her office and how it would help her as well as some of the other elected officials.
I'm sure it'll help all. You think from HR?
So, Judge, I have actually vetted several county employees across the county, not just in my office. And obviously, the more employees you have, the bigger problem it is as far as management of those employees. And taking into consideration those employees that have a lot of years of service and how much vacation they have, and then working around instances. So far, there wasn't really any cons. It's just that first year of how we're gonna prorate that into the equation. But as a manager, it would be a whole lot easier for all of us to be on the same page and do January, December.
This chart lays it out.
Oh, okay, now I hear you in the first year, for new employee, we want to get it right. But we got every existing employee that we hear right now has a anniversary date. And at that date, they have earned their vacation. So let's say that date is June 1. You've actually earned a vacation as of June 1. We've got to prorate them in order to get them back into a regular annual or calendar year cycle. You can't just prorate the first year. You've got to prorate every one of your employees at some point.
Yeah, so my thought was, if you become effective, let's say you'll okay this, starting January 1. And so anyone who's earned time this year, let's say they get vacation in December, whatever they have remaining on December 31st can get rolled in to the next year, and those have be a sizable vacation year that first year, but that should clear all that up.
I agree, but it has to be count everybody.
You have to.
Absolutely.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my thought. You start January 1 effectively, whatever you have at December 31st rolls over.
Okay, when you said first year, I thought you was talking about the first employee meeting.
No.
Our first year.
The first year will be challenging if this is adopted in 2022. But from that point on, it'll just make it'll make everything.
Oh, I don't disagree, and I agree with Commissioner Gore. I mean, in the private industry, you always put them on a calendar year.
That's right. And it just seems like every court where you're consistently approving vacation carryover. And of course, this is obviously bar a natural disaster, because those years, unfortunately, unless we go to an exempt employee status or something, those employees are just gonna have to get a carryover. But
Need to ban disasters.
Yes.
amen.
I'll make that motion.
Can you get that done, Gloria?
Yeah.
All right.
We are banning natural disasters in Chambers County.
So I entertain a motion to adopt this plan effective January 1, 2022. Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Is that effective January 1, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda. First thing one.
I think I've covered all mine.
Thank you, sir. First thing two.
I'm good, Your Honor.
3,
None, Your Honor.
4. Billy? Question on you?
Don't let us down, Billy.
No, I'm good. I do have a question for Corey, but I'll talk to him on Saturday.
Okay.
I have one.
Yes,
Do I
ma'am.
get to be number 20? Do I get to be number 5?
Yeah, there you go, number 5.
On number 20, it says through the application to install underground bore fiber optic cable under Comal Drive in Raintree subdivision north of intersection of Red River. I'm not sure that's in the Raintree subdivision. happen to own property on Plum Mount and it's not in the range.
Yeah, let him in.
I'm not sure if that's just a typo.
And you can
And,
ask,
and Judge, back to me, I'd left my original notes at home, but on, I want to take payroll changes to executive session.
okay.
It is River Farms, that's why I'm saying this, is that as the voter registrar, I know that, that would be in River Farms subdivision and not Braintree.
Brad, can you,
Yeah, that was just a,
typo?
that was a copy paste error.
Right, so I just was gonna double check, Brad, to make sure that, because Braintree is several other places, is that the only one that needs correction?
That's the only one that you found. I'll go with it. But that one specifically, yes, you're correct.
So instead of Raintree subdivision, it's River Farm?
Yes, sir. Good catch, Heather. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank
Heather.
you, Heather.
And they'll be corrected on number 20.
Make sure they reflect that in the minutes, Heather.
That's right.
All right. Anything else? Billy, you got yours?
Yeah, we just pull that one for executive session.
What are you pulling? I'm sorry, Billy.
Payroll changes.
Payroll changes to executive session, and we voted on 18 already. The rest of them, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, Judge.
Second, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, going to executive session on payroll changes. And on 18-1, road administrator, open position. We'll need Corey for that too. Austin across the hall. And then under executive session 21, discuss consider personnel issues of 20.2, discuss consider engineering contractual matters, Kilgore Regional Drainage Project, 11:51 a.m. We will recess to executive session this time. All right, Chairman's County Commissioner Court come to order after executive session, it's 2:36 PM. Let me see where we are. All right, 18. Did y'all discuss 18-1? Did y'all discuss 18-1?
18-1, what's 18-1?
Road
Road
insurance,
insurance.
no action.
Okay, no action. I see that now. 18-1. Salary. 19-6.
Judge, I make a motion to approve that with the exception of the request from the district attorney's office, and I want to table those and bring them back next week.
Have a second. Second. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions on the favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, under executive session, 20.1 personnel issues. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve $10,000 for personal grievance representation of a county employee.
Motion by Mr. Trice, second by Mr. Combs. Questions? Door. Oh, door. I knew it was doors, and I put a C down there. Motion by Trice, second by Gore. No questions of the favor? Opposed, motion carries. No action on 20.2, correct? By the courts. With that, I think that's all. And we're adjourned at 2:38 PM.